Welcome everyone to this third Green Futures workshop, which this evening is focused on urban farming. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land upon which we meet, albeit virtually, this evening, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also really like to thank Chris Ferreira from the Forever Project for presenting to us tonight. I'm sure many of you have heard of Chris. He is one of the state's leading sustainable gardening experts. He's a really well-known personality within the gardening and sustainability world. He has a Bachelor of Science, majoring in Forestry and Landcare, and has emerged as a leading authority on all things sustainable gardening, land care, sustainable development, and also energy efficient home design. Chris also leads the Forever Project team, which aims to inspire and empower the community to essentially live more sustainably. So this currently includes a range of high profile and award-winning projects such as Great Gardens, Heavenly Hectares, and also the Food Theatre, and is also supported by the Water Corporation, the Waste Authority, and also a suite of other supporters. As I mentioned, this evening's session is concerned with urban farming and explores how we individually and also as a community can achieve sustainable gardening, land care, sustainable development and energy efficient. Now, there are experts at the towns that lend themselves to this idea of urban farming. And one of which I just wanted to touch on is our urban forest strategy, which I have of. So across both public and private land, pressures on the town's urban forest are increasingly apparent. In 2016, the town of Victoria Park had a canopy cover of just 10% of our land area, which, as you can appreciate, is significantly less than what is required for a healthy urban environment. So the aim of the urban forest strategy broadly is to plant enough trees to essentially double our urban forest canopy. So for all of us to enjoy the positive benefits of an urban forest, as you can appreciate, we all need to work together. And in recognition of this, the town has numerous programs to encourage a thriving urban forest. These include things like our Urban Forest at Home program, which essentially allows residents to obtain free trees and shrubs and things like that, so you can plant them in your own gardens of verges. We have dedicated community planting days, and also we have events like this under the WA Tree Festival, which is inclusive of the Urban Greening Workshop series. On that note, I'd really like to welcome Chris. Thanks very much for being here, Chris, and for presenting to us tonight. Really appreciate that. Just for everyone's information, if you have any questions, please feel free to place them in the chat box or to raise your hand after Chris's presentation. And on that note, how are you situated, Chris? Are you ready to go, mate? Oh, sorry, Chris, you're on mute. Sorry, Chris, you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Now, big question is, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. Am I pretty dark there? How's that? Yeah, pretty good. I might come over here a little bit more. Is that a little brighter? That's not too bad. Yeah. Thank you. So, hello everyone. How are you? Thanks for that intro, Brendan, and it's my great pleasure to be able to talk with you about some of these really important issues that I think are at the heart of where we go into the future. And it's my great passion, and I guess where I'd like to start with all of this is that we live in a part of the world that is extraordinarily tough to wrap our heads around. And I always say there's three things that have been working against us living in WA. Number one, we have officially the worst soils in the world. And you probably have heard that. And famously, the grey sands that dominate so much of the Swan Coastal Plain have officially been called the worst soils in the world. And I often say, if I could go back in time to when the first Europeans were landing here looking to invade/colonize, I would have said, look, if you're going to do it, be nice and get on with the original inhabitants. But number two, you've got to get clay. You've got to get clay into the soil, because if you don't, you're just going to struggle to get anything to grow. It was the missing building block to allow us to get our plants to grow. So having the worst soil in the world has meant that we've really papered over our deficiencies by just exploiting and using huge amounts of water and nutrients to get everything to grow. And linked to that is the fact that we were colonized by English. I don't have a problem with the English personally. I'm half English myself. But you could not pick an invading race of people that had less ability to adapt and to really be able to get some harmonious balance with where they were coming to. So if you think about their 1,000-year history, the English landscape is young, rich soils. If you've spent any time in England, you know they have these deep, rich soils, and they're young soils. I'm no geologist, but forgive me if you are, but it's anywhere from 8,000 to 12,000 years ago. That entire part of the world was under ice. When the last ice age retreated, it crushed up that rock, leaving these beautiful soils. So they had young, rich, deep soils and a cool, temperate climate. When I was there in 1989, they said, oh my God, we've had this horrific drought. And I started to talk with the English about it. I heard it again and again about this drought. And coming from WA, I was going, oh my God, drought, wow. And they went, yes, I know, we haven't had rain for 3 weeks. And I just laughed. I went, that's not a drought. So their concept of young, rich soils and a cool, temperate climate just essentially meant that they had really little understanding of what to do. And from a colonization point of view, I've always felt like they were just trying to cram this square peg into a beautiful but round sandy hole. It just had so little reference to where they were actually coming from. So what that fundamentally means is we bought the English tradition, we bought everything that we thought was going to colonize and tame this landscape, and we reinvented this West Australian landscape in the image of what we knew which was English. So that has meant, as I said, profound impacts. We use massive amounts of water. And as I often say, the only reason we haven't been like Cape Town and run out of water and had catastrophe, writ large, was that we are rich and we've just hit this crisis point at a time where there is commercially available desalination. So we could literally buy our way out of trouble. And behind the scenes, the Water Corp has been, and the state governments of all persuasions have been quietly putting huge amounts of money into creating desalination and, sadly, plundering our groundwater. Again, we were just gifted with these extraordinary aquifers of deep reservoirs of what sometimes is called fossil water. It's been building for thousands of years. So we're just lucky that we haven't really experienced climate change like other parts of the world have, because we've just bought our way out of the problem. But overarching that is the fact that we're the fastest drying part of the world's driest continent. The fastest drying part of the world's driest continent. So what does that mean? It means fundamentally that we are struggling to be able to make sense of this landscape, and we are having less water to live with. And if you think about something like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, well, number one is air, then number two is water, then number three is soil to grow good food. And everything else from Prada handbags to the latest gadgets for your car and phone are way down the list. So a civilization which is the fastest growing part of the world's driest continent has to profoundly shape the way we move forward. So for me, if we're talking about urban farming, if we're talking about sustainability and resilience, we have to really, almost on a spiritual level, accept where we are, accept that we have the worst soils in the world, accept that we're the fastest drying part of the world's driest continent, and accept that we are the third windiest city in the world. Now, what does that mean? It fundamentally means that we are berated by hot, dry winds that maraud across our landscape from the northeast, the east, and the southwest. And these winds are so debilitating. We see them unravel the efficiency of irrigation. You know, we've all seen irrigators fighting against the wind, and you just see that beautiful mist of water gone, lost. Chronically low levels of humidity, those strong, hot, dry winds mean that it sucks the moisture out of our plants, out of our soil, and of course, it can fuel some of the most catastrophic wildfires or mega fires seen anywhere on the planet. Okay, I don't get any money from the tourism industry, as you probably have worked out, but at least if we understand where we're coming from, we can begin to shape a more sustainable future. And a friend of mine at a workshop a couple of weeks ago, who I've known for many years, a Landcare legend, and she pulled me up at the end of the talk and she said, you know, don't forget we have incredible ecosystems. And I said, absolutely, we do. And the great paradox is that with all of that in the mix, we still have some of the most beautiful, stunning, diverse ecosystems found anywhere on the planet, which is all the more reason we need to kick developers in the shins really hard when they flatten the last of our precious bushland to put banal subdivisions in. But the point I'm trying to make is if we're trying to do urban farming, we need to understand all of these things in the mix. And the other thing that's critically important is that we need to recognize we live in a semi-arid climate. Now, I'm old enough to remember social studies, and we were told we lived in a Mediterranean climate with cool, wet winters and long, hot summers. Well, sadly, because of the impacts of climate change, the fastest drying part of the world's driest continent, I think we're more of a semi-arid climate than a Mediterranean. In other words, we have more to do with gardening and farming in Morocco and Turkey and Yemen and Egypt than we do with the rest of Australia. In fact, I say we should really align ourselves with gardening Middle East rather than the rest of gardening Australia, because if you throw into the mix these incredibly long, hot summers and the worst soils in the world and chronic levels of water repellency, it's really tough, much tougher than other parts of Australia. So the good news is it doesn't get any worse than that. As was once said by Stephen Fry, we're all lying in the gutter and we can look up at the stars. So it can only get better. That's the good news. The important thing is we can do so much to transform our landscapes, and that's really what I want to talk about. But we've got to set the scene. And then I guess the other thing that's really important when we talk about urban farming is that R word, not the C word, but the R word, resilience. So urban farming to me is about being able to create resilience for us, for our family, and for our wider community. And it is no secret that the landscapes that have bounced back the most effectively through the impacts of COVID are those where there is resilience. And that's profoundly important. And I really need to stress that again, those communities that have bounced back. And by bouncing back, I mean that economies are coming back. People have reported higher levels of mental stability, that are having less rates of mental health issues and disorders. Those communities that have bounced back are the ones that have those connections. And fundamental to connection is resilience. And so to me, that's what I'm really going to try and reflect on through this whole talk, is that resilience is fundamental to us, to our families, and the broader communities in which we live. So I'm going to give you what I think are the 10 most important things that I've learned through my process of being a sustainability practitioner. Very quickly, though, I'll just tell you a little bit of where I come from. So I guess some of the projects that I've been involved with, which will hopefully help shape and hone my talk. Number one, I'm very proud to say that I was one of the founding members of Perth City Farm. So 4 of us, Roseanne Scott, Neil Bodell and Clayton Schipper, founded City Farm in 1993, early 94. And that was obviously a profoundly important urban farm. I'm proud to say it's an extraordinary example of resilience and economic and environmental diversity. And I'm thrilled to say it's happened despite governments, not because of. And I think you'll see that theme over and over. Resilience is really about not relying on governments, because they can hardly organise themselves, let alone doing anything innovative within our communities. I was also proudly involved with Men of the Trees for 27 years, an extraordinary organisation that's now called Trillion Trees. And through my own business, the Forever Project, since the early 90s, we ran a program called Great Gardens, one called Heavenly Hectares. I love alliteration, so you'll see a lot of that in what I talk about. Heavenly Hectares was all about teaching people how to create sustainable rural properties. Great Gardens was all about teaching people how to do better with less, to do sustainable gardening, landscaping and farming within the city. Then we set up the Hammy Hill Sustainable Home, which has been a showcase, and I'll talk a lot about that today. And then through that, we've set up the Hammy Hill Sustainable Home Eco Apartments, which we're calling the Hammy Hill Hamlets. Again, there's that alliteration. And all of my work, really, and the people that I'm honoured to work with, it's all about inspiring and empowering change. I say to people, change is constant, and you've probably heard this. It's a great spiritual maxim. But we have a choice. We can ignore the tidal wave that's coming. And I can think of climate change as an obvious one. And many people, through fear, through greed, through collusion, are trying to ignore and tell us that it isn't happening. But it is a wave and it's coming. And we can choose to let it dump us and destroy us or cause massive shocks and dislocation. Or we can say, it's coming. Let's ride that wave. Let's inspire and empower and shape our journey so that we can not see it as catastrophic, but see it as a boot up the bum that we need to change the way that we live. So that's a little bit of where we go and what I do. And I've been privileged and honoured to have taught about 140,000 people. But my message is always the same. If you could distill it down, it is that we can do so much better with less. We live in a world where big is better and everything has to be bigger and faster. But I actually believe that we get true resilience and true joy and opportunity through the understanding of less is more. And I believe we can have a profoundly joyous and prosperous lifestyle. And I passionately believe, again, in resilience, that it's about living and working together collaboratively. It's not about competition, it's about collaboration. Okay, so with that little bit of a framework and a background, here are what I believe are the 10 most important things that you can be doing when you are thinking in relation to this whole concept of sustainability and urban farming. So number one, if we think about that soil, again, that big thing that I talked about to start with, we need to learn the great alchemy of turning sand into soil. Sand into soil. It's just the most important thing. And I'm sure if you're giving up your Monday nights to be with me, you understand the concept of turning sand into soil. But forgive me if you already know this stuff, but for me, critically important, we need to turn sand into soil. Now, sand is a derogatory term in the sense that if you're trying to grow things, you need to be able to create a medium which is going to hold on to the water and nutrients. In other words, it doesn't leak. And going back to my original idea of the early colonization of what is now Western Australia, we didn't understand that. We poured massive amounts of water and fertilizers onto sand, and a huge percentage of that just leaked through and was wasted and ran off. So turning sand into soil is I'm pleased to say, a very well-known process now, but the key ingredient, the universal language of all soils, always has and always will be organic matter. Organic matter can come in many different forms. You probably know it as compost. You can make your own. You can buy it in pretty bags or buy it from suppliers and get it in bulk. But compost is the universal language of plants and the growth of everything that we consume, as in food. Compost is the great miracle. It's trillions of microorganisms taking our detritus, our waste, organic, and through the actions of trillions and trillions of microbes. We live in a world at the moment that's very scared of microbes, but we can never forget that the overwhelming majority of microbes on this planet we couldn't live without. It's been said about 3 to 4 kilograms of your weight as a human being, and whether you like your weight or not, if you're brave enough to stand on the scales, you will just think 3 to 4 kilograms of your weight is microbes in your gut, on your skin. You couldn't live without them. They break down your food and allow you to be able to consume nutrients from there. They break down all of the various things that accumulate on your body. And of course, they're in the soil. They're fundamental to us being able to have the food that we consume. And they are there constantly breaking down organic material. So adding organic material into the soil is firstly like inoculating the soil. And I love that as we are beginning to understand gut health as fundamentally important to human health, it's really had as its running mate our understanding that soil is not a dead thing. It is a living, precious entity. And the further that we look into that, we see some really spooky parallels between the microbial constellation, if you like, within the soil, and how that mirrors what we should have in our guts. So as we're beginning to understand that, we're beginning to realize once again that it's organic matter. I've often said, if you could go back in time in Doctor Who's TARDIS and have a look at what was going on by your great grandparents. And interestingly, as you go back in history, you begin to see that the further back we go, the more closely we as family units in the past were not only connected to food growing, but it became indispensable the further back you go. So if you could go back 150 years in a TARDIS, scare the bejesus out of your rallies, but land back in their civilization, chances are they'd have an allotment or a serious farm. And if you were to get them over the shock of you arriving at, appearing out of nowhere and saying, wow, your garden looks awesome, what fertilizer do you use? Firstly, they'd say, what the hell's fertilizer? And you go, well, it's stuff that comes in pretty bags or buckets. And they go, what the hell's that? Plastic, da-da-da. And eventually you would get a common language where you would understand that they would say, well, we don't use fertilizer, but we add things to the soil. We add the night soil from the toilets, all the precious manure from our animals, everything that's organic. We compost it, we put it back, and they understood. They may not have been able to articulate it as such, but they understood that their food growing potential was totally tethered to the ability to keep feeding and nurturing and nourishing that soil, because they couldn't go down to a big green and red department store and buy a new bag of product. They totally understood that the next crop literally was totally dependent on their ability to respect, nourish, and look after the soil. So organic matter is going to provide those nutrients and inoculate the soil. And organic matter is also fish and seaweed solutions, rock dust, biochar, the composts, dead feral cat brew, whatever it is that you want to do. If it was once living or comes out of or shed off something that was living, that's organic. So I don't get too hung up on what organic is. It's just all about feeding that biological life in the soil. But the thing that we need to remember in this part of the world is, if you stop adding the organic matter to your sandy soils, within a month it's gone. I remember on my farm, I grew up on a riding school south of here, and we had gutless grey sand. And I used to take the manure, and at my lowest ebb in terms of my tolerance of horses, I used to say the only good thing that comes out of horses is what comes out the back end. And we used to get a trailer load of this manure every day, and I would dutifully add it to this 1 hectare grey sandy soil that I had. And by the time I'd got to the beginning again, a month later, all the manure had gone. And that's when it really struck me that, oh my God, you got to add more to this sand than organic matter. And hence, that's why we add clay. Clay, beautiful clay. Clay is the X factor for our sandy soil. It is the most precious thing that we can add. It's like mortar between the bricks. It's the thing that will allow your soil to finally have the ability to hold on to water and nutrients, to have structural integrity. You might know it as grunt. And I love doing my demos where I get my horrible sandy soil and I squeeze it as hard as I can in my hand and release that pressure, and it just slips away because there's nothing holding it together. Your sand is just little bits of inert rock. But as soon as you add the clay is at the other end of the spectrum from the sand. It is small, highly charged particles compared to sand, which is coarse, inert, which kind of means lifeless. So as soon as you add the clay into that sandy soil, you give it the ability to now bind onto itself. And when I've added the clay and the compost into the sand and wetted it and squeezed it in my hand, release the pressure, it stays in that shape. And I say to people, that now will slash your water consumption by about 50%. By 50%. And by nutrient standards, it's about 80% reduction. Now, we've spent $1.5 billion on 2 desalination plants, and the government's already thinking of a third. The water minister is licking his lips at the thought of wearing a hard hat and cutting a ribbon in front of a great big shiny piece of equipment, which takes huge amounts of energy to create our fresh water. I passionately believe for a fraction of the price, we could just say, we're going to educate everyone. We're going to have the biggest environmental education program the world has ever seen. And we're going to teach every single sand groper in Perth, that's us, we grope around in the sand, how to turn that sand into soil. because as soon as we do that, we can slash our water consumption. And half of the water that the Water Corporation has to provide goes onto the gardens. And if most of it is running off or leaking through, that's madness. Because the other thing we need to remember is when those water and your nutrients either run off because of water repellency, park that thought, I'll talk about that in a moment. But if it leaks through, the perverse problem is that in the top 30 centimeters, there's my other hand in there, say 30 centimeters, that's where all the magic is in the soil, the air, the water, and the nutrients. So that's where you're going to find the great majority of your feeder roots, those fine roots that are foraging, doing whatever they can to get the nutrients and the water that they need to create growth. But if those nutrients that you add, particularly nitrogen and phosphorus, which are critically important for plant growth, but if they slip below that top 30 centimeters, they go from being essential to plant growth to being two of the worst contaminants for water, drinking water. So nitrates and phosphates in water suddenly turn that water undrinkable. So it's complete madness that we have allowed these nutrients to leak through and contaminate the precious water that we desperately need to provide potable water supplies for a burgeoning population. That's the equivalent of literally pooing in your own nest. It's insane. So having our soils that leak, as they do until we turn them into true soil, is not only wasting your money, but it is literally fouling one of our most precious resources, which is that aquifer, which we are so heavily dependent on. But the other thing is that dreaded water repellency. So I'm sure you all know what it is. If you're feeling really, really good about yourself and so happy with life, you can depress yourself instantly by going out and pouring water onto your sandy soil. And if it's on a slope, you'll just see it scream off. Does anyone know what that water repellency is? It's fundamentally the wax, and the wax coats the grains of sand and it prevents the water from going into the soil. And your plants, to get a true drink, to actually get value out of the water that comes from the sky and rain or comes from your irrigation, it has to go beyond the soil surface into the soil itself so it can hydrate the soil, and that's how your plants get a drink. That water repellency is quite simply a combination of the nutrients, the type of fuel or leaf litter or organic matter that lands on the soil and the microbes in our soil. One of their byproducts is the wax, and the wax coats the grains of sand so the water can't get into the soil. And if you're doing urban farming, you need to understand that when you're growing food, you're adding more organic matter to the soil because food growing areas are high performance. They're like a Maserati or a Hummer. They need large amounts of fuel, and your fuel is that beautiful organic matter. But one of the byproducts, one of the only negatives of feeding your soil with organic matter in this part of the world is you will get water repellency as a byproduct. Death, taxes, and water repellency. That's what we have in WA, and it will be there as the shadow. And I say to people that this is your soil moisture probe. So if it's rained or you're adding irrigation, half an hour later, scratch that soil surface. And if it's bone dry that far down, welcome to the world of gardening in WA. You have water repellency and you need to deal with it. You have to, because if you don't, you're going to break the 11th commandment. You probably ignored the first 10, but the 11th commandment is, thou shalt use the water and nutrients where they fall. Where they fall is where they have to go into the soil, because if they don't, as I said, they run off, and that runoff from your landscape is your water, and then all the nutrients that you've added, and then a bit of dog poo that might be picked up from the road verge. It goes into a drain. It gets fed from all the detritus from the road. It feeds into a bigger drain, which then goes into a bigger drain, all the time being fed with more of the waste and the litter and the excrement from our urbanized environment. And then eventually it gets dumped as this big, foul, toxic slurry into the low points in our landscape, which are the Swan and Canning River, Lake Joondalup, Booragoon Lake, the Indian Ocean. It's insane that we are fouling our beautiful, precious waterways simply because we have failed to use the water and nutrients where they fall. And by use, I mean that they go into the soil profile, and you've improved them to that top 30 centimeters. So with the clay, it is now stored like money in your bank. It is now moisture in the soil, which allows you to grow plants. It's that simple. And the human civilization has destroyed about a third of our farm areas across the planet. It's been said that humans have marched across the face of this earth and left in its footprints only deserts. That's what we do. We're very good at destroying soil. We're very good at destroying cities too. But the important thing is when you go against that, when you start to obey that 11th commandment and hungrily do everything to get that water into the soil and hold it there, you are firstly going to be able to grow the most incredible plants using a fraction of the water and the nutrients, but you're also doing something really profound and important, which we used to call fertilize wise. You're doing your bit to protect our groundwater and our beautiful, precious river systems. And that is surely one of the most important things. And I'll touch on that a little later. I call that stewardship. Okay, so how do we turn our sand into soil? Well, if you have grey sandy soils, that's the worst of the soil. First of all, have a look at the colour of your soil. Have a think about it. If it's grey, which is quite common in Vic Park, the bad news is you've got the worst soil in the world. That's typically would have been covered in Banksia woodlands. You will need about 5 to 7, maybe 10 kilograms of clay per square metre. All right, don't fall off your stools. 5 to 7 to maybe 10 kilograms per square metre into that top 30 centimeters. It sounds like a lot, but when you mix it in, it's about a 3% change. But my goodness of the difference it's going to make. And about 10 to 15, maybe 20 litres of compost per square metre as well. If you can do that, you will permanently improve your soil, permanently improve it and create true productive landscapes for all the plants that you're trying to grow. Do the water repellency test first. Pour some water onto your soil. If it sits there, it's flat and water repellent. If it runs off, it's on a slope and water repellent. And add some really good quality wetting agent as well. I'll touch on wetting agents in a moment. But mixing that into the soil, you mix the clay in dry. Now, where do you get the clay? Clay is so easy to get hold of now. My favourite place is Dawson's. You can buy it as Watheroo bentonite. Bunnings sell it. Every place now sells it in Perth because we understand now that we are sand gropers, and until we add the clay, we will struggle to get our plants to grow. Urban farming, very importantly, I say that if your plants were I'll repeat those. So Kath has asked, can I repeat those? So for the grey sandy soils, which most of you are, 5 to 7 to 10 kilograms of clay mixed into the top 30 centimetres, along with anywhere from 15 to 20 litres of compost. Now, your bag of compost that you'll buy at Dawson's or Bunnings is a 20-litre bag. So it kind of a bag per square metre and 5 to 7. I say 5 to 7, graduate your way up. You might get away with 5. You might need to push it to 10, but start with 5. And you know your garden better than me. I'm just steering you in the right direction. So start gentle because you can add too much clay. And please, 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 look at this. I'm begging, please. Never, ever put the clay on the soil surface unless you want to have your own mud wrestling pit or to traipse clay through the whole house and have a really messy, literally, divorce. The clay must be spread dry and mixed into the soil because it is the best clay. It's the clay they use for lining dams, bore casings. It is an extraordinary clay, but it turns into toothpaste when it is wet. Gluggy, sticky, awful. That's why you mix it in dry so it can do its magic underground, not on the soil surface. So please remember that. You must mix it in dry. I put it in a wheelbarrow with my compost and my wetting agent so that I put it into the ground. Okay. So there are 3 ways that you can actually use the clay. If you have a blank canvas, in other words, you've got a brand new home or you've got a big new slate of fresh soil, awesome. Put the clay and the compost and the wetting agent on and you can mix it in. Okay, the question is, can you use kaolinite or bentonite? They're both great. Kaolinite clay is a brown clay. The bentonite is a white clay. All that I say to people is don't be a cheapskate and say, I'll just get it from a friend's farm. I hear people say that. The trouble is that you can bring in disease. And that's Phytophthora, otherwise known as Jarrah dieback, Armillaria, Pythium. There's a range of different things. But if you buy it fresh, and if you need to do a big area, buy it in bulk. Go to a rural stock feeder. You can buy it in 1-ton bulker bags, but make sure you leave it dry in the garage because Yeah, you do not want you don't want 20 kilos of wet clay. You have to keep it stored dry and mix it in dry. So hopefully that helps. If you've got more yellow sands or brown sands, the good news is that's slightly better and you don't need to use anywhere near as much, maybe 2 to 3 kilograms. And if anyone's here going, oh my God, I'm from right along the river and I've got clay soil, why the hell is he saying adding clay? I've assumed that you're all sand gropers. If you're living in the hills or on the floodplain with clay, of course you don't add clay. The universal language always is organic matter, but for the sands, you've got to add that clay and it will make the biggest difference. Now, if I was to put the spectrum of plants along here, at one end is my beautiful waterwise, gorgeous native plants and succulents. At the other end, they're almost not the same group, is my food growing plants. These are the high maintenance plants, and that's your veggies, your herbs, your fruit trees, your nut trees, because every time you pluck an apple or snip a leaf or take a beautiful capsicum out of that food system, you're taking nutrients, you're exporting them off and out of your garden. So your food growing areas, you need to have much greater ongoing input of organic food, because as I said, they're more like Maseratis and Hummers, whereas your beautiful native gardens or your succulents are more like a Tesla or a bicycle. Nowhere near as much food input is needed. That's a really, really important distinction. So gardening is about putting what's needed in each of those different areas. So food growing, each time you redo your crop, you're going to see it's hungry and exhausted. Well, of course it is, because it's spent all its energy feeding you and your family. So put the clay back in every time. But with your natives, do it once, do it well. That 11th commandment again, using the water and nutrients where it falls, in terms of your landscaping, think about your garden. Think about what happens when you get a beautiful, precious summer thunderstorm. You know those events, and as your gardeners, you'll be so happy. You're probably running around naked in that summer thunderstorm, and you're like Julie Andrews at the top of the hill, just so alive with life. The thing to remember with those beautiful events is that you want to make sure that any water that's running off your paving, off your bitumen, off your, God forbid, artificial turf, runs to the low points in your garden, which should be your planted areas. So try and make sure your garden beds are lower so that any water and runoff is directed towards your plants. Again, that's what you would do in a desert environment. We're semi-arid. We need to be designing our garden so any precious drop of water goes into our soil, goes into that beautiful reservoir, which we will then use to grow plants. And remember, when you look at a plant, when you look at this beautiful canopy, that's a manifestation of water and nutrients through the miracle of photosynthesis. So when you see a tree, that's hundreds of liters of water sitting in the air above you. It's just now, correct, just like you are 80% water, it's the same with our plants. So we need to think of it from those perspectives. If there's no water in the soil, then there won't be growth. It's that important. Just very quickly with the wetting agents, there are lots of good wetting agents on the market. I personally use, for my broader native areas, I use GrowSorb, which is Bailey's product. It's very, very good, very effective. For my food growing areas, I have a stipulation that everything that I add to my food growing soil is organic. I'm feeding the soil, those biological entities. I pray to them every day. I worship them. And I know my food growing is only as good as that biological ecopolis that I'm creating. So I use organic liquid wetting agents. There's a good one by Eco Growth called Eco Wetter. There's also one by Seasol, the makers of Seasol. They have one called Soil Wetter, which is in a dark brown bottle. Available at Dawson's and at Bunnings. Fantastic. So the trick with wetting agents is you have to activate them, which means you put them on and they froth. And so many people still say to me, oh, I put that stuff on and it turned into jelly. No. That's not a wetting agent. That's a water absorbing crystal, and that's meant to go into that soil profile. And I think it's a synthetic alternative to using clay, and it's not as good as mixing the clay. So I don't recommend the gels anymore. Your wetting agent should not be a gel. It should just froth. And that's the wetting agent being released, which will break down the wax and draw the water into the soil. But even a really good wetting agent should be thought of as nothing more than a first aid for the soil. If you think of the concept of first aid, it's not designed as the long-term solution. That's what the clay is. That's the long-term solution. But if you can't get it wet to start with, put the wetting agent on. And think about your high-performance parts of the garden. They're going to need wetting agent probably 3 times a year. Yeah, 3 times a year. Now, your high-performance garden areas are lawn. Lawn's an amazing thing in the right place. Your veggie gardens, of course, your fruit trees, and probably maybe your nut trees as well. Your native gardens, maybe once or twice a year. But the key is use your wetting agents at the right times. So the right time to use a wetting agent is now, or maybe 3 weeks ago, before we had those first precious breaking rains. So that beautiful first rain, when it comes, is not just screaming off water repellent soil, it's going into that soil profile. Because it only lasts 2 months, the next time we would use it is when we're thinking time to put the irrigation on, which is October, November. So before you put the irrigation on, put the wetting agent on. And remember how lucky we are to have the sheer luxury of irrigation. You know, huge parts of the world, people have to walk kilometers every day just to get enough water to sustain their family, let alone have water to water their plants, their recreational plants. So we have a duty to treat that water with the utmost respect. So that precious irrigation, make sure you use the wetting agent first so the water can go in. And because a wetting agent only lasts about 2 months, you would apply it again around Christmas time. And that is always going to mean you're obeying the 11th commandment, and the gardening gods will smile on you, and you will be so happy, and you will tell your friends, and you will bore them senseless by going, look at how incredibly greedy my soil is. It sucks that water in. That's the secret. When we start to do that, we will improve our gardening efficiency, and we will have a big kick, a big win for our beautiful rivers and our groundwater. Okay, so turning that sand into soil. Very important. The 12th commandment about our soil and all of those sorts of things is never leave the soil bare. Never leave the soil bare. You all know what it's like in the middle of summer on a stinking hot day when you've gone to the beach, you've got the last car park and you're walking to that beautiful precious water and you've forgotten your shoes. And the last 30 meters are excruciating because the sand might be 60, 65 degrees. The reality is, what's it like for your plants when that soil is so hot, let alone the microbes and those fine micro roots of yours, which can get down to 1 cell thickness? We must insulate the soil. And again, in Perth, we need to hone that message because everyone knows about mulching, but mulches that will work in Queensland and will work in Sydney and will work in Launceston don't generally work through our long, hot, desiccating summers. So here is the principle of mulching in WA. For those garden beds at the other end of the spectrum, again, our natives, our succulents use a rough, coarse, chunky mulch. Pine bark, street tree pruning, stone and gravel. Recycled stone and gravel is amazing stuff from the construction and demolition industry. I use a company called Red Sands who make the most phenomenal rough, coarse, chunky mulches. So what you want with those rough, coarse, chunky mulches is the water to go through. And in summer, it's so nifty. It's like Gore-Tex. Because it being so chunky and coarse, it's got so many air gaps. It stops the capillary action of our summer sun, drawing that moisture back out. But a lot of those mulches that will work in the cool temperate climates of Eastern Australia just fail miserably over here. They're more like black or brown cotton wool. So when it rains, they are so soft and knitted, they absorb the water, stopping it going to your plants. It gets better, well, actually it gets worse. Because they're organic, they break down, releasing wax. So they form an impervious wax layer. So if you look at gardens that have been using those, what we call for sale mulches, they're used by landscapers when they're trying to flog off a property because they're nice and black and they make the plants look greener. You'll find that the gardens are struggling. And if you've wondered why your plants haven't done well and you've mulched, well, you're probably using the wrong mulch. So those fine mulches, we have a saying that you should take your shoes and socks off. And if it hurts your feet to walk on your mulch, big thumbs up. That's a really good, coarse, chunky mulch. For your food growing areas, for your veggies and your fruit trees, yes, use pea straw, loop to feed those very hungry systems. But that's expensive And I only recommend that for those food growing areas. Roses do not need it. They're wonderfully happy with those street tree pruning. So the best mulches for most of your garden are the pine bark, street tree pruning, which you get from tree lopping contractors, and or, as I said, the stone and the gravel. Check out red sands, the most beautiful rubble. If you look on the Ferreira project website, you'll see examples of the landscapes that we do, and we only exclusively use those beautiful recycled materials. And the kicker is, all those mulches that I mentioned are cheaper than those really fancy schmancy mulches that you see for sale. So if it's soft and dark, don't use it as a mulch. It's not going to work in the summers of Perth. Okay, so that's our soil. It's precious and the most important thing. The next thing we need to understand is our climate. And as I said, it's a tough climate. So number 2, we need to have as an aspirational goal 2 things. Our garden should be the biggest room of our home. Our garden should be the biggest room of our home. So what it's saying is we're railing against this idea of these enormous McMansions with 4 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, 3 home theatre systems, quadruple carport, etc., etc. And we're being duped by builders to build these enormous houses. And what gets lost is the garden. And if you live in these enormous houses, and we've all seen them and you're listening tonight, so you're probably not a big fan of them, all you see that is sacrificed is firstly the gardens, and what's left is a tacked on afterthought, which is probably a few little slithers of artificial turf. And if I could ban one thing in this state, it would be artificial turf. It is madness to be surrounding our houses with something that can get up to 80 or 85 degrees in the middle of summer. We need to be thinking that our climate is going to get hotter and drier, that the spikes of our heat waves are going to be more intense and going to last for longer and be more frequent. Why on earth would you surround yourself with something that's incredibly expensive, does not save water, and just makes your house hotter? Unless you have big investments in air conditioning companies. So what I say is when we roll this out on our new suburbs, we have to be burning coal, heating up the planet to keep dumb houses and dumb communities cool. If we are serious about being a resilient, sustainable community, we have to ditch this insane little sideline that has just popped up in the last few years. We will look back and go, what were we thinking with artificial turf? It just makes no sense at all. And you'll hear every landscaper from Sabrina Hahn to Trevor Cochran to Steve Woods to Lisa Passmore, they will all stand next to me and say, it is madness to be using artificial turf. So please don't ever feel that you have to resort to using it. It's just not gardening. Okay, so when we think about our climate, the next thing is our garden should not only be the biggest room of our home, but your garden can be your natural air conditioner. In other words, you're creating a microclimate where your plants are carefully chosen, they're carefully selected, and they're carefully placed so that they are shutting out the worst impacts of the summer sun, but they're letting in that beautiful, precious winter sun that we need to get things to grow. So my second most important rule is if you want to be able to be resilient and have a beautiful urban farm, you need to accept our climate. And you can start to unpack and understand where we live by getting out a compass. A compass. Why a compass? Well, fundamentally, if you get a compass, and most of you have it in your phone, and if you don't know how to use it, then your 5-year-old grandchild or your niece or your young children will know how to access the compass. And the compass will start to help you to orientate and understand yourself. So if you're facing north, you now know that to your right is the northeast, the east, and the southeast. That's where the hot, dry winds are coming from. So how do we screen that eastern boundary? And we start to use the right plants that are going to slow down those hot, dry winds. They slow them, they cool them. How do we then place plants between the northeast and the northwest arc with deciduous plants, plants that are going to lose their leaves over the winter, so we flood our house with precious winter sun. Then by about October, November, about the same time you're using your wetting agent, you get that beautiful canopy of leaves back and you shade your house from the worst effects of the summer sun. These are techniques humans have been using for thousands of years. We're not the first civilization to have to come up against tough climatic conditions. We just have forgotten it because we think we just air condition our way out of it with a fancy split system. Okay, so very importantly, that's going to make a massive difference for you if you're trying to get your landscape to grow. And very importantly, we need to remember 2 dates in the year, June the 21st and December the 21st. And if anyone knows why they're important, June the 21st is the shortest day of the year. It's coming up soon. So if you got up on that day, the sun would be rising in the northeast of your view and setting in the northwest. December the 21st, a few days before Christmas, if you got up, the sun would be rising right behind you in the southeast and setting in the southwest. So you begin to understand that the sun changes and the angle changes. It goes from nearly 90 degrees down to about 35 degrees. So our sun is our best friend over the winter. But if that sun in the summer is hitting any windows and walls of your house, it's going to eventually permeate into your house. And you can only survive by doing Bikram yoga the whole time, or using fans, and or for most people, resorting to that air conditioning. But your landscaping can make such a difference. So beautiful deciduous trees and vines between that northeast and the northwest arc. And then our evergreens, ideally along those east and western boundaries, because remember, the sun is always rising on an angle and setting on an angle, which means even if you have big sexy eaves and verandas, which most people don't have these days, even with those, that morning and afternoon sun is still sneaking in. And if it's going to be a 45-degree day, a stinker, even by early morning, that sun is hitting those windows. And remember, I say this at all my workshops, the weak link in the chain for your home is your windows. Now, we get the illusion that windows are fantastic because they stop the wind and the rain, and they're great. And the mozzies and flies, that's true. But they have virtually no ability to buffer us against the extremes of the temperature outside. And if that's your window and you're in here and it's 45 degrees out here, or it's 7 degrees out there, it wants to be that temperature inside. It's just the way it is. It just wants to form that equilibrium. So your house has to be a buffer against the extremes. That's why we have this term called insulation. But people think that the windows are not part of the equation. They're absolutely essential to that equation. 1 square meter of unprotected glass. That's not a big area of glass. 1 square meter of unprotected glass. If that's getting hit by the summer sun, the heat coming in that 1 square meter is equivalent to a 1 bar heater on in that room. So if you went into a house in the middle of summer and everyone's going, oh my God, it's so hot, and you saw a bar heater roaring, you'd go, maybe you could turn that off and that might solve a huge amount of your problems. But we don't think of it in relation to our windows because we can't see heat coming in summer and we can't see it hemorrhaging out in winter. And we wonder why we have big power bills, and we vote in governments who say, I'll bring your power prices down, I'll get rid of carbon taxes. That's not the problem. That's not the solution. The problem is that we don't understand where we live, and the solutions are that we design our homes well, we have good insulation, and we use our planting, our landscapes to create these beautiful natural air conditions so that we can go outside, we can enjoy being outside of that little cocoon called a house. And if you think of the way we're building houses, increasingly it's about isolating ourselves. And as we know, as I said, resilience is about breaking down those barriers, about being able to be outside and be connected to people. And that's where the garden is so important. I do a lot of work in the space of human resilience now, and the more research that I read, the more that I understand that it is literally child abuse to not have a beautiful garden for kids. One of my friends, she's a postdoctoral researcher at the Telethon Institute, and she's doing studies looking at the links between early childhood development, that's their mental and their physiological and their emotional development, and their links to green spaces. She's finding that kids that are growing up in these McMansions with no gardens are much more likely to be spending time indoors. And why would you not spend time indoors? What's to attract you to go outside if it's a manky piece of artificial turf and there's nothing but sweltering plains around you? We need to create landscapes to get kids outdoors. She's found through her studies, 1/3 of kids in WA are at risk of obesity, and they're spending less than 1 hour per day outside. And she said, and it was quite chilling, the maximum security prisoners in WA, the worst of the worst, are still allowed 1 hour outside per day. So our kids are getting less time outside than maximum security prisoners. Why? Because we're building these massive homes with no gardens, and as a result, kids are essentially given no option but to get their experiences through screens. And I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how big your screen is and how HD it is. David Attenborough on a big screen is not the same as going outside and having your own wild experiences. And again, we're starting to find out that if kids are deprived from the ability to climb trees and climb over rocks and scramble through wild natural environments, it impairs their cognitive, physiological, and their emotional development. We are abusing our children if we don't create those conditions. And I deliberately sound emotive because we have to, all of us as community leaders, and you're here listening because you are. You have to be starting to say to people, I'm going to kick you in the shins if you build an enormous house with artificial turf. You have to be thinking of a smaller house and a bigger garden. It's going to make your house more resilient, more climate adaptive, and your kids, whether they're kids, nephews, nieces, grandkids, friends' kids, you are doing them the greatest service to give them that beautiful opportunity to connect to nature. Okay, so the climate is very important. So fundamentally, that's called passive solar landscaping. And the thing I'd say about landscaping, my get out of jail maxim is you put the right plants in the right place for the right reasons. You think about your plants. So if you're going for your beautiful plants that are going to be tough and resilient in this part of the world, you've built the soil up, you've dealt with the water repellency, and you've also put that gorgeous layer of mulch, you would then get the right information to buy fantastic, beautiful plants. So you can get wonderful information on plants from the Water Corporation website. They have a fabulous website with water-wise plants for Perth. Now, to be a water-wise plant in Perth, you have to survive or thrive on one watering or less a week. One watering or less a week. That's pretty cool. So this list on the Water Corporation website has been developed for a long period of time by lots of amazing horticulturalists, and it's an interactive list, so it'll help you choose plants that are purple flowers, if that's what you want, like my good friend Maddie, who's obsessed with the Dockers all of a sudden because they're winning more than they're losing.
I like them.
Yep, ground covers, whatever it is that you want, you can tick the boxes for the particular style, and it will search the database and spit out those plants that are going to work for you. Then you can go to wonderful nurseries like Dawson's, and Bunnings still has fantastic plants, Australian native nurseries, Trillion Trees, Apace, big advanced plants if you want, Ellenby Tree Farm. You can get the most beautiful, extraordinary plants from these nurseries. But go and look at those lists. There's also amazing lists that, of course, Tana Vic Park will have, and Brendan and his wonderful team will have lists that have been designed for you in this part of the world. And that the work that those guys have done behind the scenes is profoundly important because they've taken all that information and given you lists, and that allows you to be able to, again, put the right plants in the right place for the right reasons. If you're growing your food plants over the summer, the most passionate thing I recommend is firstly those windbreaks, those plantings along the eastern boundary, so you can slow down those hot, dry winds that are buffeting those gorgeous plants. And remember, a lot of your food growing plants, if they could talk, they'd say, I hate being in Perth. This is such an awful place to live. They are from cool, temperate or subtropical or fully tropical parts of the world. You think of most of our food, traditional food growing plants, they're not Mediterranean. They're not from semi-arid climates. So if you want them to grow over the summer, you've got to protect them. So those windbreaks on the eastern boundaries, and I recommend a 30% shade cloth over your food growing plants from about, say, late November through to the end of March, breaking the back of the sun. If you look at the labels on your plants and it says how many hours of sunlight they want, it's generally 6 to 8 hours of sunshine. Have a think of how much sunshine we get on a typical summer day in Perth. 16 to 18 hours. So the poor buggers are getting twice as much sunlight as they need. So they do not need excess amount of sunlight. They need some protection, some respite from those extraordinarily tough semi-arid conditions. So build up the soil. Keep feeding that soil when it's your food growing plants. And remember, when it comes to food growing, this is really important. Your plants need 14 different minerals in their diet. 14. You, as this amazing, virile, fecundant, extraordinarily wonderful, happy, precious human being, need 40. If it ain't in the soil, then it can't be in the food. And if it's not in the food, then our diet lets us down. So if you're growing your food growing plants, you need to remember you don't just need the big three, NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. And I've already said the deleterious effects of excess use of nitrogen and phosphorus. So our soils are the worst in the world, which I've already said. We need NPK plus trace elements, zinc, boron, molybdenum, calcium. All of these are critically important. So when you are feeding your soil to feed your plants, particularly your food growing plants, you need to be adding the clay, as I said, your compost, but add manures, small amounts of different manures, because every animal takes something different out of their soil. So the matrix of nutrients in their manures is slightly different. You can add your rock dust, which is amazing stuff. Biochars, we mentioned, fish and seaweed solutions, and the pea straw and lupin hay. And if you keep doing that, and you've added the clay to hold it there, you're going to create those beautiful soils that can create the sweet spot, which is nutrient dense food. Check it out if you haven't heard of nutrient density. So what that's saying is we've been very good with conventional produce of growing plump, shiny, uniform looking food, which is very sexy to look at. It looks great on ads on TV and it looks uniform in the shops, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it has the quality. And the quality only comes when we feed the soil and we look after the soil, when we nurture the soil so that that food can be chock-a-block with those nutrients. And that's why people are in droves looking to grow their own food. And it is a fundamental statement of resilience when you can start to do that. So those things are very, very important when you're trying to grow that food. Shade them, protect them, nurture them, and keep that irrigation. And when it comes to irrigation in this part of the world, with those hot, dry winds and very low levels of humidity, our irrigation should be following the maxim. Fat drops of water close to the ground. Fat drops of water close to the ground. Because if you have irrigation on spikes like misting and it's fine, misted, very small drops of water, it's just a recipe for moisture going off into the air to form a cloud over Colombia, and that's not really helping us very much. We need to make sure that the fat drops of water close to the ground. So you use drippers, use drip irrigation, any sprinklers that are fatter drops so that it can resist the worst effects of the wind and the water can land. You've dealt with the water repellency and you'll have so much more success. If you want to waste lots of water, you just have water repellent soils, you do not improve it, and you have misting irrigation, and you would be lucky to get 10% efficiency from those systems. And that's what we roll out across WA, and we wonder why we have to think about spending another $500 or $600 or $700 million on a desalination plant. Again, it's madness to be thinking that the solution is to just buy more water. No, we need to be thinking about using every precious drop, as I said. It's absolutely critical. So getting back to the house and that our sustainability, very, very important. What we need to be thinking of doing is saying that if you can, we need to be making our homes as energy efficient as we can. And when we've done these workshops in the past, I've said I love the idea of helping people create energy efficient homes. But what breaks my heart is if people think it's really expensive to make your house energy efficient. It can be. You can spend lots of money if you want to, but you can spend virtually none. And I'm going to give you the main tips to keep your house warmer in winter and in a few months' time, cooler in summer. The windows, as I touched on before, the weak link in the chain. So in summertime, external shading on the outside. If that's your window and there's the sun smashing it, you need to externally shade. Blinds on the inside are just cutting up that heat that's already inside. You need to be doing external shading. And before I had lots of money, I don't have lots of money now, but you know, when I was a struggling student, I used to just drape over those windows that I knew were going to get hot in summer. I would just drape old dog blankets. Instantly shuts down that heating effect. Shade cloth will do it. You can, as I said, use roller shutters or blinds, but the important thing is in summer, external shading, and your trees will do that. Anything. You just have to stop that great big orb in the sky called the sun having direct access to those windows. And in the wintertime, it's internal shading. Just remember what it's like touching a window in the middle of winter. It's freezing cold, and that same window in summer is boiling hot. It's showing you that it is just transferring that heat in summer and letting it out in winter, all of which means energy bills for you. So stop that. Make sure that you externally protect those windows in summer and internally in winter, and the profound difference that will make. It is extraordinary. And you can easily halve your power bills just by doing something as simple as that. Other really important things, bump up your insulation. Insulation is not just in your ceiling. And if that insulation is more than about 10 years old, it's become shrunken, and it's started to compress. It's losing its magic, because the big thing with insulation is all about the air pockets. That's when you see people in these big, fancy down jackets walking around Perth like they're in the middle of Mawson's hut. That the puffiness is all the air gaps, and that's what insulates. So think about that with your insulation. So if it's more than about 10 years old, it's probably lost most of its oomph, and you can just top it up with new insulation. Think about insulating your walls. I retrospectively insulated the walls in my house, which were just gyprock. So between the noggins and the struts, we drilled holes and we blew in a rockwool insulation. You can do that. If you're building, you can insulate. Think about insulating under your floorboards. If you've got a house on stumps, we did that as well. Between the joists, we just basically put insulation and air cell, which is a beautiful silver foil with foam in it, and you just nail that across the bottom. You've got fantastic insulation underneath. Think about any drafts that you have in your house. And you can find the drafts by just walking around with an incense stick that's been lit, or a candle that's been lit. And when you see the wind suddenly make the smoke or the flame go that way, you found a draft. Plug those gaps. I remember David Suzuki saying once that if you take all the little gaps between the doors and the windows, all those little bits that are not quite together in a badly designed and built home, if you put them all together, you'd make a hole the size of a basketball. So if you walked into a house where people were complaining about how terrible it is, freezing cold in winter and boiling hot in summer, and you saw that great big gaping hole, you go, perhaps you should plug that. But because we don't see them, because they're small, we forget what a massive impact that is on the efficiency of our home. So all of those things will make a profound difference to help you moving forward as you do with that resilience. One of the other really important things that I wanted to talk about, so we've talked about soil, we've talked about climate, and we talked about our plants. It's really, really important to remember when you're designing your garden with your plants that if you're putting this stuff into the soil, it's really important to remember when you buy a plant, whatever that plant is, it's growing in an enclave of beautiful soil. The pot that it's in has been designed so those plants look wonderful and healthy, and they look great, and you want to buy them, and everyone's happy. If you take them out of the pot and stick that enclave of soil into gutless, horrible, sandy soil, the plant's just not going to be able to do well. So all that turning sand into soil that I told you about, really important to remember, whatever the size of the pot, whether it's this big or enormous, you dig a hole 3 to 4 to 5 times the size of that pot, and you backfill that big hole with clay and compost and wetting agent and some of the in situ soil. Mix it up so that your plant is now going into good soil. And what it's going to do is encourage those roots to go out in all directions. That's the secret of a healthy plant. Its roots are going out in all directions. You can retrospectively add clay by putting it into a watering can and repeatedly dissolving and spreading that onto the soil. Remember, you're trying to get to that minimum of 5 kilograms per square meter for grey sands, 2 to 3 kilograms for the yellow and the brown sands. And just keep drenching that soil with the clay material. Anytime you're planting, you can put that in and it'll make the biggest difference to get things to grow. The final bit I wanted to talk about was our beautiful, beautiful tree canopies. It breaks my heart that we are losing so many trees, and I know Brendan and his team do so much to try and encourage people, particularly in the older suburbs like Vic Park, to be able to keep those beautiful trees. And we hear so much, again, from developers who are really driving a lot of the debate. They will tell you that you need big homes, that you need to be able to do that. So the final bit that I want to talk about is how we can create resilient communities in our own spaces. It's profoundly important. So again, I'm proud to say we are walking the talk. So I'm sitting in my office. This is an old garage that we had, an asbestos garage, and we gutted it. We kept the framing, and my beautiful architect friend and myself, we built this shed, And we are now building in my back garden 2 beautiful eco apartments, which are going to be built strata, which means the bulk of our garden, including my gorgeous, sexy jacaranda, which is the centerpiece, becomes shared common land. So we have smaller apartments and we have this now beautiful urban forest, which people are going to be living in. So I'll talk you through some of those principles in a moment. But the most important thing we need to do is to understand that if you are doing infill development or you are looking to build, please ignore the idea that big is best. Small is beautiful. If you were to look at the demographics of Western Australia and the housing need, only 33% of the housing demand in WA is for what we would call the McMansion or the trophy house. In other words, only a third of the people in WA have 3 or 4 kids and need a big house. 70%, roughly 70% of the housing demand is for couples that have no kids, or couples where the kids have left, or mum on her own, or dad on her own. Fundamentally, the biggest, fastest growing demographic is the empty nesters, people that don't have kids. So why are we always being told we have to build these enormous houses to capitalize? It's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. And the beautiful thing about going small is that we have the opportunity to build smaller, yes, and to keep those precious trees, because the great tragedy is people, if they have a piece of land where the zoning has changed or they're looking to build and they feel that they need to do infill development, they get told, oh, you just have to clear everything. Sorry, it all has to be destroyed and we'll smash everything up and put it in a great big hole in the ground, and then we'll build you 3 or 4 amorphous units with a bit of artificial turf and charcoal grey paving, and away you go. And you'll have beautiful big fat power bills and your kids will be large, and you'll probably have depression. But hey, we've sold you this great idea and we've made a bit of money out of it. The reality is you do not have to build like that. You can build something so much more important and special, which can nourish community. And that's really what we need to be thinking about. So 2 things to keep in mind. As I said, it is powerful and important to remember 70% of the housing demand is for small houses and apartments. And I can prove it with my own property. We have a granny flat and 2 apartments, and I've sold them all 3 off the shelf. No need to get real estate agents involved. We sold them at a premium because people are hungry for this. And if you can keep a beautiful garden and you can create spaces where people can be nourished by sitting under gorgeous trees, there is a hunger and a demand for that. It is absolutely the case. So first thing to remember is that not only are we building big houses, we are building the biggest houses on the planet. Officially, West Australian houses are 270 square metres on average. If you go to funky, sophisticated, urbane parts of Europe, beautiful cities with hip cosmopolitan cities with vibrant life and culture and diversity, the average size of a house there is between 50 and 60 square metres versus 260. Why? The difference, because we get told by developers, oh, for resale value, you have to build these great big houses. And who makes money out of big houses? The people who build them. And they will often tell you to have nice big windows to the east and the west. Yep, that's fine for them because it's cheaper. You end up with a house that needs large amounts of money to keep it cool in summer and warm in winter. It's not the case. So we can build small and we can be confident that there is a demand for it. Then the next thing is, God forbid, humans don't actually have to have their house surgically attached to the carport. We actually don't implode when we walk more than 40 meters from our car to our house. It's actually the case that it's completely normal to do that. In most parts of the world, that's what happens. And yet again, we've been sold this idea that you have to drive all the way up to a carport that is linked to the house. And when you are driving up that up that driveway, just remember you've had to pay for that real estate, and it's not cheap. At least $1,500 a square metre, and it's sitting there doing nothing except having charcoal grey bricks that get nice and hot in summer and ramp up your air conditioning bills. So 2 important things if we're going to do development in WA that is resilient, that is going to enhance our sustainability, is build smaller and put the parking out the front. As soon as you do that, you are liberated from the idea that you have to destroy everything to capitalize on the urban zoning changing. And many people in Vic Park, your zoning is probably going from 20, R20. So the R rating is the residential density. So R stands for residential code. So the number is how many houses per hectare. So R20 is 20 houses per hectare. R30 is 30 houses per hectare, and R40 is 40 houses. It can get up to 60 to 80. So the more dense, the more housing. Sadly, in Perth, it generally means people think you have to knock everything down to get that density bonus. So on my property, we now have the existing home, we have our office, and we have 3 other apartments. So we essentially have 5 dwellings and we have 40 trees. Lots of information on our website. We'll have workshops coming up to showcase all of this sort of stuff. But the important thing I'm trying to say is that you can do it, and it is going to be able to sell at a premium. And I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm not doing anything that is beyond the codes, your planning codes. What I would say to you is, if this is of interest to you, you need to talk to a good planner, and you can then get access to information to help you understand how you can build well in your part of the world. Keep your trees, keep your existing home, reduce your carbon footprint, and build on what you have already to create a beautiful, vibrant community. And as I said, it's the most important thing as we move forward is not less interaction between humans, but more. And if we want to be able to survive into the future and thrive, we need to have those green spaces. Now more than ever, we need to recognize that it is the greenery, which is the DNA that weaves its way through strong, vibrant, healthy, and prosperous communities. There's some incredible statistics that bear this out. So firstly, there is the dreaded thing called the heat island effect. Some of you will have heard of this. So this is the phenomenon it's a crippling problem around the planet. When we remove vegetation and then we put in houses and we put in bitumen and we put in tarmac and we put in paving and we put in, God forbid, artificial turf, we are removing the shading that would have protected those spaces, and now they're exposed to us in summer, 16 to 18 hours of relentless sun, and all that thermal mass that exposed bitumen and paving and artificial turf just absorbs that heat, and at the end of a stinking hot day, when you think at last you're going to get respite, that thermal mass that's been storing energy over the course of the day just releases that heat back into the environment. So you can walk on pavement on one of those new suburbs at 2 a.m. in the morning, long after the sun's gone down after a stinking hot day, and it's still hot, it's still, well, warm, and it's just releasing that heat. So all you can hear in those new suburbs is the whirring air conditioners. But we get duped into thinking we have to remove trees to get good development. And again, it's just simply not the case. And then there's, I'm a hippie and I'm a greenie, and of course I'm going to say this stuff. Well, what about some economics to back it up? Cool. This is what I was hoping you were going to ask. Okay, so a study that was done by the Real Estate I'm so excited about saying this stuff. The Real Estate Institute of Australia did a study that showed that a well-maintained street tree will improve the value of a property by at least $18,000. How cool is that? And the beautiful thing about street trees is it gets put in by your council, paid for by your council, and maintained by your council. So you're getting it for free, and it is increasing the value of your property. Then Access Economics did a study that showed that when we increase the density, the canopy of a suburb by 10%, for every 10% increase in the canopy of a suburb, it increases the property values by 7.7%, which in this suburb, in this study, translated to $55,000 per property increase in value. I'll let that sink in. How extraordinary is that? And the other thing to remember is we all aspire to live in the best suburbs. And guess what the best suburbs in Perth are? They're called the leafy green suburbs. It's Nedlands, it's Mosman Park, it's Peppermint Grove. These are the suburbs that are the most expensive, the most salubrious. And what is the universal common theme of those beautiful suburbs? Trees, trees, trees. It is insane to think otherwise. And anyone who tells you that you need to clear the vegetation to enhance or capitalize on the real estate value are simply telling you a lemon. So we call it Inspired Infill. We have lots of stuff on our website about it, and there is a new and growing movement. Lots of people are getting into this space. Fantastic architects and planners and surveyors and builders who want to do things differently, because they know that the real solution into the problems that we face are not removing trees, but keeping them and building around them. My beautiful architect, Matt, who shares this space with me, said, since we've been working together, he's really understood that it's actually the landscape that comes first, and then the building is subservient to that, a good planner, a good builder will actually work with the environment that you have to create the most exquisite, beautiful landscapes. And I always say to people, everyone's happiest memories, the photos that they have from their wedding day, that was probably a very happy day, always the photos that get taken, our happiest snaps are under trees in beautiful natural environments. We all long for it, but somehow we've been duped into thinking, well, we only get that when we go on holidays. We have to sacrifice all of that to live in a big box surrounded by artificial turf or paving to be able to live. And it's simply not the case. That's not living. That's just subsistence. True living is about a wealth of interactions between people nourished by extraordinary living environments. There's one wonderful study that I love to show people, and it was a study looking at people responding and recovering from serious surgery. And they had a control group that was looking onto just a hospital wall, and then another group who were lucky enough their beds were facing onto a window that looked out onto trees. And the recovery of those people that were able to look out onto greenery was extraordinary compared to those that had no access to that. Make no mistake, humans are hardwired to connect to nature. It's what we need. It's part of our DNA to be part of that process. So when you're gardening and you're here listening to me, because you are already, again, I see you as change agents. I see you as being out there and spreading that word and using your landscaping and your gardening passion to educate others, because we need to be getting it out there to showcase how incredibly important and nourishing it is to go against this idea of big houses sacrificing the garden and the trees in the process. And the final thing I would really urge you to do to make a real stand for resilience and sustainability in WA is to adopt your Verge and to replace it with, if you haven't already, a water-wise Verge alternative. And again, kick anyone in the shins who's thinking of putting artificial turf on their Verge. So why that is important is because great communities around the world are those where the people look beyond themselves. My favorite quote, I have many favorite quotes, but this is one of my absolute favorites, is the old Greek proverb, which says, "A society grows great when its old men plant trees whose shade they know they will never enjoy." A society grows great when its old men plant trees that they know they will never enjoy the shade of. In other words, people who are selfless, that are putting something back into the community, are indicators of a society that is vibrant, that is healthy, that is resilient, because they're no longer saying, what's in it for me, 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 me. They're saying, how can I contribute? How can I give back? And that is an evolutionary step, and it is what is fundamental to what's going to allow us to survive these growing pains of this 21st century and not annihilate ourselves, but actually to become what we can be, which is an extraordinary, beautiful, and exquisitely charming and poetic and artistic expression of the best of humanity. And where I'm going with that is adopt the Verge, because that's your statement that you are saying, I don't own it, but I am going to take stewardship. I'm going to take custody of that and really create something beautiful out there. Now, again, Town of Vic Park will help you in that space. Every council in WA is really encouraging their citizens to take stewardship of that Verge. But you have to follow some really important guidelines. Follow the Verge treatment guidelines. Put in your beautiful water-wise plants, protect what's called the line of sight so that you can create an extraordinary example of what can grow. And it will be a diversity of beautiful water-wise plants that will bring your garden back to life, that will help and assist the native animals that are trying to survive in our urban environments. And you will slash your water and nutrient consumption. Because what we do know about the Verge, you never see anyone on the Verge lawn kicking a football, reading a newspaper, having a picnic. Fundamentally, it is lawn that uses large amounts of water and large amounts of nutrients for what? just because it's conventional. Remember, conventional wisdom isn't necessarily very wise. It's just what we did because we were an English colony. We're not an English colony anymore. We're a West Australian vibrant community that is hopefully a beautiful blending of Indigenous knowledge and wisdom honed by the toughest gardening and climatic environment in the world. And we can create, like our original ecosystems, where they're still here, they're magnificent, we can create this beautiful, diverse, vibrant, urban ecosystem, which is a manifestation of a blending of that wonderful information and honed by our own experience. And as humans, if we can be doing whatever we can to shape and build our own gardens and looking beyond that, that is the secret of a truly resilient and sustainable landscape. And I can only encourage you to do that. And I can also say to you, study after study after study around the world shows that consistently, the people that are the happiest, that report the highest levels of consistent mental health and well-being, are those that have gardening and a connection to nature as one of their most critical cornerstones of their life. So you're here listening to me because you understand that, and I really hope this has helped you to move into that space with more confidence, that you can actually get more success from that. But I really hope, again, that you are change agents, that you see yourselves as ambassadors for change, so that we can get more and more people understanding that life is about our connections to nature. And it's that is really going to be the driver for the sorts of things that we need to see into our future. So we're moving into May. This is the time of the year when we get to do our planting. So I would encourage you to now be thinking about this next couple of months as your time when you can be putting those beautiful, glorious plants into the ground. Are there any questions before I finish up? And I look forward to any questions, but I also want to put out a huge shout out to the town of Vic Park. Brendan and his team have been there for a long period of time supporting these. And remember, they work behind the scenes, lobbying to make sure that the council see this as a valuable part of the process. So if you have enjoyed today and if it has been useful for you, please firstly let Brendan know, but it never hurts to write a letter to the CEO and say, thank you so much. Because they don't get fan mail, and when they do, they go, oh my God, we need more of that. So I had a question, how big is my block? My block's 812 square meters, so just under the quarter-acre block. But most of the things that I've talked about, you can do with any block above 450 to 500 square meters. So you can take advantage of the granny flat legislation, which is allowing you, or what's called ancillary dwelling, you can take advantage of the ancillary dwelling planning to allow you to put something different into your landscape. Are there any other questions before we finish up? Well, please keep an eye on, firstly, the Vic Park website, because there will be planting days coming up and opportunities. And I think Brendan flashed something up there about how you can find out more about Verge treatment guidelines. Keep an eye out. Oh, thank you, Ruth. Keep an eye on the Forever Project website. If you haven't joined us, please do. Just Google the Forever Project. We have lots on Instagram and Facebook, and we have a lot of free events coming up. Again, all of it designed to really allow you to be those that are you're driving your own destiny. Thank you so much. Do you have good garden examples of plans? Yeah, we do. The Water Corp has some fantastic stuff on their website as well. So that's really worth having a look at as well. You'll see stuff on our website as well. And I encourage you to take advantage of any of that information that we have on there. There's some great gardens that we've planted. We just did a beautiful garden at the Morley Library. So if you go to Morley Library on Walter Road East, Walter Road West, just look at the Morley Library, and that's our latest garden, and I'm very proud of it. It's a beautiful example of what we can do to create gorgeous landscapes. So we've just done one for Gladys Newton Reserve in Kalamunda, and we've done quite a few Firewise gardens as well. So quite a lot around the place. So keep an eye, and we'll always post photos of these gardens. So any questions or anything before we finish off? Any final questions? Thank you so much. Brendan, do you want to take over from here, my friend, or we, yeah, there he is.
Yeah, look, yeah, thank you so much, Chris. There was one last question. Sorry, yes. Mate. Molly? what is your opinion on ground covers in replacement of lawns?
Oh, I'm a massive fan of ground covers. As Brett, and you were sending them the link to the Verge guidelines, weren't you, for the city?
It's the adopted Verge program that the town has, yes.
So just remember that it's really important to make the distinction on your Verge. If you have the footpath on your side, that's great. If you don't, you need to keep that first metre trafficable, or metre and a half. It might be a metre and a half for Vic Park. And so that's where your ground covers come in. My favourite ground covers are Myoporum, Hemiandra pungens, Canedia prostrata, and even Grevillea gingingem. These are beautiful ground covers. So that was Myoporums. There's lots of Myoporums, Hemiandra pungens, Canedia prostrata, and Grevillea gingingem. They're all beautiful ground covers, and even the native pigface, pigface Carbobrotus, absolutely stunning ground covers that will just set your garden alive. Beautiful stuff. Back to you, Brendan. Oh, pleasure, Molly. My pleasure.
Awesome. Look, 1,000 times, thank you so much, Chris. It's always a real pleasure hearing you speak, and you do it in such a humorous way as well, which I really appreciate. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you everyone else for your interest and being a part of this workshop. Really, really appreciate it. So if there's no more questions, Alicia, thank you so much, Alicia, from the town for organising this series of workshops. There is a hub that all of these recorded presentations are going to be put on for everyone to view. So again, thank you so much, everyone, for your interest. Thanks again, Chris. Really appreciate your time. Thanks, everyone.
My absolute pleasure. Take care, everyone, and enjoy the winter rains when they come, and get planting. My pleasure, Molly. It's my absolute pleasure to all of you.
Thanks, everyone. Take care. Have a good night.